Okay, what's our situation? Graphic settings are messed up again, of course. Always resetting the messed up. No matter what I do. Frickin' NVIDIA. Refresh rate. 79. Scaling 100%. No AA. Looks terrible in VR. And depth of field, no, not in VR. Looks terrible. Now let's check where are we? 7 hours till we gotta rest. Nothing on us. Okay. Get a job. Also recenter. There we go. Hello, Cronny. Hello. We're a little late today, but we got this. Got 81,000 euros in our pocket. Okay. Let's see. Out of Dusseldorf, what we got going on? We can bring some stuff up to Helsinki. Just some smoked sprats. Just a nice little thing to get this started. Be driving on roads, so we pretty much know. But we'll tag Jonkelpig unless we get maybe Heisenberg. I don't know. I feel like we would have tagged Copenhagen and Heisenberg enough times, the amount of times we passed by there anyway. But not change the clock. No, I just. I didn't take the job. Crap. Okay. Let's get this going. Oh, wait. I know what I'm doing here. I know what I'm doing. Okay, I also probably should have set up the, whoa! The, chat windows to be a little bit more, hello. Glad you liked it, Jake. How's life treating me? Well, you might have noticed the new headset. You might notice it's a lot shittier than the old headset. There's a reason why I haven't been streaming for a bit. And it almost kept me from streaming today, too, because for some reason... oh, good. Our pickup is just down the street. Nice. How's our gas looking? We're good. Alright. But, yeah, when trying to start today... Since it's beer night, go straight to Asphalt. Unfortunately, we'll be passing by Asphalt real soon and heading up towards Helsinki. There we go. Some smoked sprats. 17 tons of smoked sprats. Motherfuckers like their sprats. The song's in German, too. Oh, nice. Starting in 5th is a bit chunky with 16 tons of sprats, but it's possible. brakes! Okay. But yes, it is beer night. Whew. Ah, Deutschland ist gut, ja. How's Miss Poulter doing? Ah, she's all right. We've all just kind of been living life as it's been coming at us, and boy, has it been coming at us lately. But still. Technical difficulties, glad you're back. Yeah. But this headset has a dinky little... This is a cheapo $30 Turtle Beach headset. Thankfully, the earpieces are comfortable enough, so I should be able to stream okay. But they also the cable is really fucking short. So in order to actually have this work, I have to plug it into my Wave 3 microphone. Now, this headset also has a spot for an integrated microphone. And for some reason, when I had started OBS with the headset plugged into the microphone, OBS defaulted to trying to use the integrated headset microphone that was not plugged in, instead of the big fucking microphone that the headphones were plugged into in the first place. So in order to get it to actually use the microphone that the headphones are plugged into instead of the microphone that's not even plugged into the headphones, in which case I'd have to have the headphones and the microphone plugged into the headphones plugged into a microphone to get it plugged into the computer. You understand the whole daisy chain going on there. But yeah. So I'd have to have that whole thing set up in order to get that to work in that regard. But since I didn't even have the headset microphone, because why would I want to use a shittier microphone than the big fucking dedicated microphone I have that's so kick-ass of a microphone that you can plug a headset into it? I decided that in order to get it to actually work, in order to get it to actually read properly in OBS, I had to start OBS with the headphones not plugged into the microphone, so OBS would be like, oh, you're using that microphone. Because in the menus, it was still saying Elgato Wave 3. It was just trying to use this as the Wave 3 input. So I'd start OBS with the headphones not plugged into the microphone. It's set to Elgato Wave 3. It's detecting the correct microphone as you're hearing right now, because you know this still is not plugged in here. I'm clearly not using this. And then I plug the headphones into the microphone, and then I can hear out of the headphones and use the proper microphone in the correct setup. It's like, ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha. Ah. How have you been? Well, cataclysm. Let me tell you. I've been. Excuse me a second, gotta move over. Okay, we got 35 hours and 38 minutes on the trip to Helsinki, 66 hours to get there, 7 hours until we have to sleep, and about 80% of a tank of gas. Not bad. I did recently land my Cessna Citation in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, which is a bit notable because since I've been doing the airliners on the 17-hour flights, generally speaking, when I load into Microsoft Flight Simulator to do my work, I don't actually get to the point of landing the plane. But I was recently having difficulty in my airliner. I was trying to do this one flight. I have no idea why, but just in the middle of me trying to get up to cruise altitude, the autopilot just crapped out, and I couldn't turn it back on. I couldn't figure out what was wrong, what the hell to do. So, I ended up turning off and aborting that flight. So, I was just like, you know, screw it. I barely got to fly my Cessna Citation before I could afford an airliner. And unlike the airliner, the Cessna Citation actually was pretty well mapped to my G923 setup. Everything was actually working pretty well. So, I just wanted to get back to an airplane that I could control reliably. Got the handbrake here, working the spoilers and everything. And so, yeah, I hopped into the Citation, but because the Citation's, you know, not an airliner, it's for shorter range VIP charter missions. The most I can really go with it is like 4.5 hours before I have to land. And I couldn't even find one of those missions when I was getting ready to get some work done. Working on my script. So I ended up picking a mission that was only about 3.5 hours. So before I was really ready, suddenly I found myself needing to land. And by suddenly, I mean well, air traffic control in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 is a bit on the fucking crazy side. Oh yeah, March of the Clowns tends to be weird, but this year's March of the Clowns was certainly something. But yeah, I was about 50 nautical miles from my destination airport when air traffic control finally gave me clearance to descend. Now, I had to descend. The airport was a little bit high up. It was at about 4,000 feet elevation. So the air was a bit thinner there, so you gotta be a little bit more careful than when you're landing an airplane around, like, Texas around sea level. But is kind of the issue I was having. The cruise altitude I was at before they told me to descend to approximately 6,000 feet was 45,000 feet. And I was coming in with a Cessna Citation, booking it at a total airspeed of something along 460 knots. So, 50 nautical miles to go, they say, please descend 39,000 feet and make your approach. Now, Betsy Air doesn't do go-arounds. So, I needed to descend fast, but I also needed to make sure. How's my game doing on Steam? I got a little over 400 wish lists, but it's definitely one thing where it's like, man, I really, like, if I want it to really do very well, I'm gonna have to do some shameless self-promotion, because in order to buy enough ad space to kind of guarantee that it will end up on the new and trending spot on Steam and be able to take off from there, I'd have to buy about $8,000 worth of targeted ads. I can't afford that. I don't have $8,000. Technically, I don't even have the money that I have in my account right now. I'm really not doing good financially, but I was looking to see, like, okay, maybe I could take what I have that I have not yet spent on paying my taxes and see about getting some ad space there, but about the best I could do is about $500 worth of ad space, stretching it into the absolute maximum. And that might help a bit, but the big thing that I really would need to really push it in a big way would be to just try and shill it to some YouTubers and be like, please, for the love of God, cover my game. Hey, it's Asphalt. But then, you know, it's just... Oh. I'm just hoping that eventually things kind of pick up. I'm not really... Well, I'm not of the opinion that, oh, this has to be a worldwide smash hit right away or I've failed. I'm just happy to actually tell the story. I'm making a story that I really want to make, that I love, and there we go. Hello, Vander. Hello, hello. Just passed by Asphalt. We're heading up to Helsinki. We're still in Germany, I think. Now, Hamburg that way. Nature Fault marks the clouds as piss poor. They have 5 or 6 killer clouds from outer space that you could have reviewed. I mean, no, they have the one killer clown from outer space movie, and then they have the video game that recently came out. But there were a lot better killer clown movies out there, I will not deny it, but I was mainly looking at what my options were and trying to get a schedule together to work from, and hey, it's Asphalt. And so, you know, I am looking like, okay, I gotta review some more topical movies if I want my YouTube to pick up the numbers again. It's alive, that's good. But it can definitely be doing better, and there are things I can do to make that happen. So I better do those things. Though I was personally surprised at just how bad Clown in a Cornfield was. I mean, I guess that's the reason why I haven't watched too many newer movies, but it's like, man, the writing, maybe before I started doing a lot of writing myself, I wouldn't have noticed as much of the bad writing, but I do still think I would have come away from it disappointed. Like, I might not have known why, but I probably still wouldn't have liked it that much, even not recognizing your writing sucks here, 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 and here. What's the next review? Well, the next review's going up tomorrow, April Fool's. Well, it should be. I'm still fighting YouTube's copyright on it. It's supposed to release tonight or tomorrow. Or YouTube might just be like April Fool's, I don't know. We'll find out. It's just slow for you, it's your phone. Tomorrow would have been the perfect day for the Jerky Boy movie review. Oh yeah, it would have. Maybe next year. Wait, I don't land my, I don't land, Wednesday on April Fool's Day every year. Just remember that. Well, I mean, half the time I'm doing a holiday review, the review does not actually land on the holiday. Yeah. So I was flying my plane. I was flying my Cessna Citation. ATC told me descend to 6,000 feet. Well, they said 6,100, but that was too difficult to dial in as fast as they needed me to descend. Because, like I said, I was only 50 nautical miles away from my destination airport, and I was cruising at 45,000 feet. So I needed, and I was booking it at about 450 knots. So I needed to bleed off speed fast. Fortunately, I've learned that the spoilers, the speed brakes, like the first degree of them on an aircraft, unlike the flaps, which will damage and cause all kinds of problems if you pull them too early, the speed brakes can actually be used at very high speeds without much risk of structural damage. So, with that in mind, I started pulling my speed brake down 50% while trying to maintain 45,000 feet. That way, I was able to bleed off energy and slow the thing down enough that I could flip my flaps up to full. And that way, I could arc downward at a pretty decent descent, and then I pulled speed brakes to full. So I'm full flaps, full speed brake, and throttle set to idle. And I am going down at like 15 or 20 degrees. I think it was 15 degrees, because I couldn't go too fast on my descent, because I had the full flaps. So I had to try and maintain about 140 knots on a descent to just, keep everything steady, not increasing speed, not decreasing speed. Don't want to stall, don't want to accelerate and have the plane fall apart. So I was descending at 15 degrees at 140 knots, full flaps, full speed brakes, zero throttle. And we are dropping at over 8,000 feet per minute. So I managed to level that out and catch the glide slope for approach. I actually managed to get in there and get that going. So I'm there trying to dial in the throttle, keeping the flaps full, and then coming for approach. I don't have the speed brake anymore, but I do have full flaps, and I'm trying to get the speed just enough to get that glide slope while it's coming in with the autopilot on approach mode. So we're doing that. But I notice I'm coming in a bit to the left. And I'm like, crap, I forgot to fix my barometer on the way down. No, I'm talking about my last time landing in Microsoft Flight Sim, which was the first time in a long time I've landed in Microsoft Flight Sim, in my Cessna Citation. So I didn't fix my barometer on the way down, so I caught the glide slope. The autopilot computer wasn't exactly as dialed into where I actually was as I would like, so I'm coming in a little bit on the left to the runway. But the problem is, we also have a bit of a crosswind going on. So if I turn off the autopilot, then I need to very manually dial in this approach. I mean, things have been ups and downs, but we're back to streaming, so that's back on and up. Woo! So I get about like 200 feet off the ground before I decide, okay, turn off autopilot, cancel auto throttle, cancel autopilot, cancel everything, and just pull this in manually. And so I go down, and I'm trying to get a little to the right and just kind of recenter and fight the turbulence, fight the crosswind. And I do manage to get in there, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting to the final flare. I drop the throttle to 0. I flare out, and I'm running down the runway a bit. I grab my speed brake, and I pull it down a bit, touch down, and then as soon as a wheel just kisses that tarmac, boom. Oh, God, you psycho sons of bitches. I just pull the spoilers the whole way, and I am, like, really fucking nervous, because of course I do this all in VR. And it's the first time landing in, I feel like, months. So I'm there, and I'm still like 2 wheels touching the tarmac, and the nose is still up. No throttle, full speed brake, and I'm just there trying desperately to get this thing to slow down But it finally lurches forward and touches the nose down, and I hit the wheel brakes, and like I'm pulling and holding and holding and holding, and I finally slow down enough where it's like, okay, exit next taxiway when able. And I realize how stressed I am on that landing. I just stop, I'm shaking, I'm panting like, oh God. I've had worse landings, honestly, but that one I was just really stressed on. Of course, it wasn't nearly as bad as that other one when I was landing the... Was it a PC-12 or a PC-24? Well, it was during the winter storms in Texas, and I had to land it in one of the winter storms, and it just completely killed visibility of the runway, and I'm just there looking at my nav systems trying to gauge where the hell the runway's supposed to be. And I'm looking at what little visibility I have. I'm like, okay, there's a river over there, it curves like that, that shows on the map here, runway should be here like this. And I eventually, like, get in there, and I'm just looking, and it's just a black void in the storm. Just no lights, no visibility. And eventually, I'm just looking ahead, and I see the big white strips of the aiming points of the airport in the runway, and I'm like, there it is, but I was a bit too high and a bit too far to the left. Happens a lot. So I had to bring it down and come around, and that landing, it was like on one wheel for a while before it hit the other wheel, before it lowered down to the last wheel. And eventually I stopped the thing. And I was shaking like a leaf on that one. And I remember after I landed, I realized it was sleeting. It was raining and snowing. I'm like, fuck. Why I like space sims, no landing required. But there's still docking. Docking isn't usually as stressful, but it does often have to be precise. It's just, since you're floating, you tend to have a little more time to think about what you're doing. What were they thinking with Clown in the Cornfield? I mean, I feel like Clown in a Cornfield suffered from a very myopic writer in the way that a lot of things do lately, where you got people in the writer's room and they just don't have very many worldly experiences. Let's see, where's the next sleep spot? Okay, that'll have to do. You're gonna have to make it. But it's kind of like with the early I Know What You Did Last Summer movies versus I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer. Whereas you had the little, was it Ray or Roy and Julie? Well, it's like Julie wanted to go to the big city and live life large, and her boyfriend was more of a country boy, and that was a conflict. And they were both right in it, and that's what made it interesting. Whereas in I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer, everyone is in the country, but they also all just so happen to hate living in the country, because the writer can't imagine anyone would like to live in the country. And it's so fucking annoying. And you have a similar situation to Clown in a Cornfield, where you get the sense that the writer just has no fucking understanding of what they're talking about. X Rebirth VR? I have not tried X Rebirth VR. I do have the Space Trucker demo that is supposed to be VR as well, but that might be vaporware. Haven't seen any updates on Space Trucker. I play some Elite Dangerous sometimes, and in Elite Dangerous, I'm just a Space Trucker. It's what I do. I didn't accidentally set Spotify to shuffle, did I? Hold on. I hate Spotify's shuffle. Just gotta make sure. No, it's not set to shuffle. Okay, good. Gotta make sure. As if Spotify is set to shuffle, it'll just play the same thing over and over again. And it drives me nuts. I just got a little confused because Walter plays this song relatively frequently, so I've heard it a lot. Euro 58 per liter. X Series is also pretty old, and a competitor to Elite. Huh. I feel like the other space game I played a lot of was Evercron Mercenary, though there's now Evercron Legacy, and I haven't picked that up. But there's other I don't know how many Evercron games there are. What the hell happened? Harry, you didn't walk on my keyboard, did you? Suddenly everything just blah. There we go. Yeah. Evercron? Yeah. But, what was it? I was thinking about something, and now it's just completely escaped my mind. Damn it. Or, right. No, I forgot it again. Damn. Ah, there it is. Okay, yeah, so, again, with Clown in a Cornfield, there's this assumption that you're just going to be on the kid's side. And the problem is they don't make any... Fuck. They don't make any attempt to actually make the kids likable or sympathetic. The very thing they mark as the reason why the old people are so terrible that they become psychotically evil and start murdering people is literally the same sentiment the kids have. Like, I didn't even showcase it, but there was the scene when the guy is schmoozing up to Quinn, like, within 24 hours of meeting her. She asks, like, hey, what does he want to do with this town, since he's, like, the heir to the whole thing. He is the prince. So what's his... What does he want to do? And his response is burn the whole thing to the ground. Which is, like, mirrored with the scene in the climax where he's yelling at his father that if he doesn't like if he doesn't like something, he just wants to burn it all down, which is not presented as an ironic kind of juxtaposition. We're just kind of expected to side with the kid. And it's like, no, he's also a fucking asshole. Everyone's an asshole. And that can be an interesting situation in a story with a point where it's just there are no heroes and everyone's a piece of shit. But the problem is the movie expects you to just side with these dickhead kids. And it's like, no, they're dickheads. I don't like them. They all suck. Why are they heroes and the old people evil? They're both the fucking same! He gets you misdemeanor domestic violence charge. Wait, oh boy. 3600 lucky lawyer is going to have to. Well, that's good. It's kind of heavy. They don't make any fuck. Doesn't sound like a teen slashing. Yeah, there's the part where it's just, oh, yeah, the prince actually has an ex-boyfriend who is now his current boyfriend. And I'm thinking, like, is that why this is a New York Times bestseller? Because you'd think maybe having a decent story surrounding that would have helped. Is you really going to forgive all this shitty writing just for that? Like, you can have standards. It's okay. Why aren't I playing music on YouTube anymore? Well, because I'm playing Spotify music, and if I play this music on YouTube, I get in a lot of trouble. Whereas before, the music I was playing was my own, well, it depends on exactly how you define that. But it was the AI music I had generated. So, you know, there was no legal issue with me playing that on YouTube. Whereas this music, I could get, what, shit, the time I streamed Teenagers from Outer Space on YouTube, a public domain movie, YouTube shut the stream down in the middle of the stream and gave me a community guidelines warning that I had to fight. Truck driver the beard just waiting for you to be that immersive role trying to throw a can out the window. Oh. Go, sir, go! Oh. I don't know how immersed am I? I do yell at traffic a lot. I guess I picked that one up from my mother. I remember there's countless hours being in the passenger seat, just hearing, "Pick a lane, dickhead, and get off my ass, you prick!" Good memories. when we're gonna get the announcement for road trip. I'm not as interested in coaches for a Euro truck. Like, I'll get it. I'll try it. May as well. But I'm mainly interested in road trip mode in American Truck Sim. Though I still think that they're probably gonna do Illinois first, finish the Route 66 rework, and then be like, okay guys, here's road trip mode, first mission, Route 66. Times haven't changed, nah. Thank you for stopping by, Draken. Have a good evening. I see where I clearly stopped to fix Betsy after smashing her up at one point. Oh, that's not going to happen, Draken. Well, you can try, but I usually end up upside down at least once during these streams. Depends on how much time I have left to deliver my delivery. It's due in 48 hours. I got 25 hours left, 8 hours till I have to sleep. We should be fine. There's the big old bridge to Sweet. How many times have we driven over this bridge? And the weird point is that he was hitting on her while turned out to be gay. Yeah, some of the trivia kind of says, oh, he's bisexual. And I'm thinking like, no, he's gay, because if he was bisexual, why did he reject her? Like, the way he presented it was that he was gay but in denial. Like, he tries getting a girlfriend, but it doesn't work out because he's gay. Ron's about to do a live on Whatnot to sell some collectible cards. Need to sign up? Alright. Okay, alright. Anyone want to check out my Uncle Ron selling some collectible cards? Hey, check him out. I have no idea what the link is, but for someone selling collectible cards right now, it'll probably be him. Oh boy. Toll. Slowing us down. Oh, it's his first live? Oh. What the crazy
What's this?
Oh, jeez. Oh my god! What is... Hey! Not my fault! Engine off! I'll engine you off. Is that guy still on my nose? No, I think we're clear. No, I think it was all the bad drivers that messed me up. Yeah, I should have slowed down. It's just hard to slow down when it's like I need to get this there in time. There we go. Real, yeah. They dented my truck, now I gotta pay damages on the truck, and I get fined for the accident, even though I was in the left lane and they just merged into me, not checking their blind spot, which, honestly, I feel like I'm a bit too big for that anyway, but still, they probably just didn't even check the mirror. Yet somehow I'm the one at fault. At least there were no cops visibly in range to boost the fine even higher. Now, how would this game look in DLSS 6? Think about that. Not 6, DLSS 5. Now, there's a funny thing with the DLSS 5 showcase. Everyone fucking hated it. And it's kind of clear to see why. But at the same time, NVIDIA was kind of dumbfounded by everyone hating it. As was, Digital Foundry, but, it's also clear that Digital Foundry was just kind of another one of the paid advertising arms at that point, which, yeah, they do here and there. But it was so kind of obvious this time that a lot of people really, really took notice that it hadn't done.
It was all just a dream!
Whoa, whoa.
I'm doing drugs!
Lady Knight, you just triggered a hype train with a Prime sub. Is that like a Street Fighter Ultimate maneuver there? How the hell did you do that? Thank you, by the way. Thank you. Prime should be due until the 10th. Right. Oh, now I forgot what I was just talking about. Oh, yeah, DLSS 5. Yeah, everyone very rightly pointed out that DLSS 5 is just a generative AI filter over gameplay. But the thing is, I feel like here, in a situation where it's like thank you for the biddies, Vander, thank you. Here, in a situation where I'm trying to play a simulation that's supposed to look photorealistic, but absolutely does not, that kind of technology would probably look really good. The problem is, this is not the kind of use case that was showcased for that technology. Whoa, Vander, whoa. Thank you. Whoa. Okay, we got another... Cars, trucks. Move the thing! Jesus! Okay. Well, that's not my fault. They didn't friggin'... It said 30 kilometers an hour, and I was going under 30 kilometers an hour. Yet somehow they weren't moving their thing fast enough. Man, are you just working on getting to level 2 on the hype train? Thank you. Oy. They told me 30 kilometers an hour back there. I went 30 kilometers an hour, and then I ended up running into the thing because they didn't move it fast enough. Not my fault. I did what I was told. But yeah, the use case that was shown by NVIDIA made sense to NVIDIA. That they showcased DLSS 5 on some games that already looked amazing. Now, the reason they did that was because that objectively would make DLSS 5 look the best that it looks. DLSS 5 in Resident Evil 9 will look better than DLSS 5 would look over Euro Truck Sim 2. The problem... Whoa! Thank you, Vander. Thank you for those biddies again, and that is Hype Train Level 2. Everyone wants to help out Vander, you're welcome to try. Just saying. Like, they're doing it all on their own. It's the thing is, people generally don't like AI-generated images. Like, AI looks cheap because it tends to be cheap. Now, the fact that they can get it running locally at a playable frame rate is impressive technology. But
it was all just a dream!
Oh, congrats, Ezra. Ezra got a gift sub. Thank you, Vander. Thank you. Oh, what is with this guy? Oh, okay. Thought he was just stopping in the middle of the road. Oh, yeah, oh, this thing is less than comfortable. What was it? Like, the fact that... Thank you again, Vander. Thank you. The fact that DLSS 5 looked the best it can look didn't matter because it still made Resident Evil 9 look worse than Resident Evil 9 looks. Now here, graphically, it's comparable to something on the PlayStation 3. So making this glow up with DLSS 5 graphics might actually be seen as an improvement. Like, this doesn't involve any characters that we have attachments to. This is just vehicles and landscape. This would be a fantastic use case. But it's not what they did. It's not what they went with. Because at its base, because it works on a... I'm assuming it works on a diffusion model, because that's the easiest way to do an image-to-image kind of thing. The base image matters a lot. So while that tree looks kind of like it does, it can be made to look more realistic, but it will also, but in order to be consistent, it will always have a very similar structure, even after the DLSS 5 AI generation over it. It means it still won't look real. It'll look a lot more realistic, but it will not look real, versus Resident Evil 9. Problem is, Resident Evil 9 didn't look like Resident Evil 9 anymore. So yeah, even things there, like the level of detail pop, that's something that could theoretically be done away with DLSS 5, but it would be more difficult to do.
Don't hack off your limbs.
Resident Evil 5 is in Africa? Yes, Resident Evil 5 is. That's one reason why some people are jumping up and down saying, oh no, you couldn't possibly do a Resident Evil 5 remake. And it's like, if there's any year you could do a Resident Evil 5 remake, it's now. But, yeah.
He was probably just nutsos in the butsos.
I mean, there's always going to be a little controversy just because there's always going to be people pissed off at everything. But you can't live your life too concerned about those who are perpetually pissed off at everything, because you can't make everyone happy. So, try and make as many people happy as you can. So appeasing someone who's loud to piss off the majority is not a winning strategy.
Oh, now that shouldn't be.
Exactly. Oh, see, that's the problem. The head strap just hurts because this damn Turtle Beach is such a thin, tiny piece of foam on a little tiny... Ooh. Hey, height chests are on their way. Thank you very much, Vander. Thank you. And thank you, Lady Knight. And here I got Resident Evil 7, but I have a clue about the plot or games. Guess he left and all the consoles went with him? Well, I followed Resident Evil up to Resident Evil 0. Or I guess 4. I didn't really play 5 or 6, but I played 7. And I played a bit of 8, but I didn't actually personally finish 8. I was playing 8 in VR, though, on PSVR 2, and that was a lot of fun. It was difficult because I wanted to stream in VR on PSVR 2, and the PS5 sucks ass for VR streaming. The PS4, it has the chat, pop up on a little floating window. It doesn't do that on PS5. I thought it was just PSVR 2, but actually if you plug a PSVR 1 into a PS5, it also doesn't do that if you're streaming on PS5. And it's like, what? Got in fight, step in the first verbal, then physical after he shoved you. And assumptions made stupid decisions based on those assumptions. Okay. But yeah, Resident Evil 9 is also the first Resident Evil in a while that does not have a VR version. Like, Resident Evil 7 got a VR version for PSVR. Resident Evil 8 and Resident Evil 4 Remake both got VR versions for PSVR 2. Then PSVR 2 got pretty much just... Sony was like, hey guys, we stopped making things for it. And everyone else stood up like, Sony, when did you start making things for it? And then Resident Evil 9 comes out, and there's no VR version. Which is annoying because the Resident Evil VR versions were really good, but for some reason, Capcom only ever made them for PSVR. Like, there was the PC versions, any VR versions of that are fan mods. And it's like, why are you doing this? But it's also annoying that Resident Evil 8 and Resident Evil 4 Remake, unlike Resident Evil 7 VR, those two games' VR versions don't have the option to play on the controller. Now, it's a little annoying on Resident Evil 4 because, you know, it was a little annoying on Resident Evil 7 because they didn't give you the full VR experience. You had to play on a controller. That was it. It's like, you're playing the same game, except this time it's strapped to your face and you aim with your head. So it was nice that Resident Evil 8 and 4 Remake give you the 6 degrees of freedom, 2 separate hands, and, you know, full VR control. Nerd! Well, I kind of geek out on VR stuff, I'm sorry. But, the fact that those games were already built for controller, and the VR versions just don't have standard controller support, means that Poulter, who was able to play Resident Evil 7 in VR, can't play 8 or the 4 Remake in VR. And that sucks. Like, guys, the controller is right there. Like, it's not advertised on Borderlands 2 VR, which has a lot of problems. The lack of multiplayer is a major misstep, to say the least. But you know what you can do with Borderlands 2 VR? Sit down with an Xbox controller and play the fucking thing with a headset and an Xbox controller. Because the game was already designed to work with that, so they just didn't remove that feature. They did with multiplayer, but it's... Okay. Like, I assume that multiplayer would have ended up looking a bit weird with the standard kind of stuff. They'd have to have made a few more adjustments. Like, if... Yeah, because in Borderlands 2, when you look at the other players, the orientation of their character is based on where they're pointing their gun. So, how do you do that in VR? Do you change it to the orientation as where they are looking? Because that still would have people kind of bouncing around and looking in one way, and they could be shooting in a completely different way, and it would look strange. So you could have it oriented to where they're pointing their gun. But then, you know, people can just move their gun around all they want, and then the character would just be spazzing out. And it's just... Yeah, clearly that was one area where they would have to put in a little more work. So the amount of more work they did was they ripped out multiplayer, and I'm like, you fucking assholes. Weird when someone else does the nerd. Yeah, Cronny, I know. Fortunately, I can see when it's someone else now, though, so that helps. When I couldn't see that, it was just like, oh, well, is it Cronny? Maybe. Who knows? At least people are an accidental enter. Aren't doing back-to-back moves. Ah, yeah. Ooh. It's been a bit since last stream. Yeah, headset broke now. I got this headset and it's cheap, and it feels cheap. Is Spotify still doing some bullshit in the background? Because I've heard this song plenty of times. This is one of the reasons why I turned off the freaking... Come on, Spotify. Oh, boy. It's time! Favorite time! Band time! Yeah, we don't need gas, but I'm right here anyway. I can either get gas or just not. It's a Euro 50, it's not bad. But yeah, the whole point I have in the Spotify playlists is to have 40 hours of music so I can have several streams of listening to songs and they not necessarily be the same songs. So when I keep hearing the same fucking songs over and over again, I'm like, Spotify. That's why I turned off the shuffle, and I instead went with a third-party shuffler where it just went into the playlist and changed the order around, and now I'm playing it not shuffled, so that it just plays the music in order, and it's like, did it really? Or are there some placebo effects? Because what's going on? Because I'm hearing a lot of these same songs again. There we go.
Hey, Buck, I'll be down the Emerald Lake Plateau outpost in a flash if you need me. See you there.
That reminds me, I fixed the problem I had with my kanji, as I have been having a hard time staying up on my kanji lately, specifically because my pen had broke, and I had to replace it, which I had done several times. But all the replacements just didn't fucking work right. And it kept doing false strikes and like sub strikes, and it caused so many problems, and I couldn't do my kanji tests right. It took too long, and it kept getting things wrong, and I was just too frustrated by it. I kept trying to do it, but instead of trying to think of the kanji, I kept having to concentrate on how to use the pen right, and even then it didn't work half the time. But recently, I was cleaning up, and I dug up a replacement case that I had purchased for my phone. Now, this was a mistake that I had made. I have a Galaxy Fold 6, and I purchased a case for a Galaxy Fold 5. So it did not quite fit. And I had always meant to send it back to return it, but I forgot to. It happens when your return is any miles away, and you generally don't leave the house that much, and if you do, you don't go that far. So this little tiny, small expense that wasn't really worth trying to schedule a day for just sat on my counter and did not get returned. I forgot about it. So eventually, as I was cleaning recently, I found it. Something about the Galaxy 5 case is it also has a pen. The exact same size pen that fits on the Galaxy 6 and in the case. And the pen that came with that case actually fucking works perfectly. So I'm like, oh, thank fuck. So I've been actually getting back on my kanji. So I've been happy about that. Also, on Twitter, there's just been a, change to the algorithm where Where the fuck is my... Where's my... Okay. There's been a change to the algorithm and a change to the way certain things work. Evidently, Elon is trying to get Twitter to beat Yahoo News in the Japanese market. So, Twitter has been set to have a automatic and relatively high quality auto translates for tweets between English and Japanese. Hello, Masaku. Hello, hello. And the English and Japanese Twitter spheres have now crossed over. And it's been a lot of fun. And it's also been nice because I get to practice my kanji more often. I mean, I don't get to draw it on Twitter so much, but... Unless I'm on my phone and I'm desperately trying to write something in native Japanese, and the autocomplete kanji system that phones have is not giving me the kanji I'm looking for, I can just draw it. With that buckaroo, I've been clone freaking me out. Holy shit, that was weird. It's just Vanda. It's just Vanda having fun. Yeah, loud. Okay, we got 16 hours and 5 minutes. Got to get ourselves through Sweden and over to Helsinki. One more sleep and we'll be good, and we got 30 hours to do this, so we'll be great. We'll be golden. There've been a lot of recent trips where, for some reason, I've been, what the fuck is wrong with you? I've been having, yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you, asshat, cutting me off? You better put your foot on the fucking gas. It's the one on the right. Anyway. I was saying, in my trucking, been having an issue recently where I've been having to Texas truck the last leg of the journey because we've been coming in late. But I don't think that's going to happen this time. I do think that this kind of game would actually do really well with DLSS 5. Because it's all supposed to look photorealistic anyway. And generally speaking, you're moving around a lot, so not as much time spent stopping and looking at the various errors. Problem would be needing to have two 4090s in order to be able to do that, and the fact that I don't know if it would actually be able to pull off 120 frames. Well, 120 for the Quest 3. The Steam frame, that's going to have the 144 hertz mode. Okay, passing by Stockholm. Master Burger. That sounds delicious. I want a vast burger. Go. CK1. You say so. Oh, that's not where I need to go. I just don't. Okay. Can't dance too much in VR, otherwise everyone gets sick. I was wondering about doing another flight in VR just to, like, on stream. Even though I mostly fly just to. Oh, what's the word? A whole smoked sprat. 17 tons of it. Helsinki needs 17 tons of smoked sprat. I don't know why. I don't question it. And Finns, they do what they will. What is this? Guys, it's just a roundabout. You should be used to it. Let's go. Okay, hit the dock. That'll give us a little bit of a nap on the way. Probably not enough, though. We'll probably still need to sleep before we get there. Much as we do get some rest back during a ferry, it's not gonna just fully restore how rested we are if it doesn't give enough time. It's not like the Elder Scrolls where you can just sleep for 1 hour and you're fine. Honestly, I feel kind of annoyed at the long rest rules in Dungeons and Dragons, where they're like, "Hey, just as long as you have full 8 hours, that's all your health back." I'm like, no. You got beaten down to 2 hit points and you have 175. That's going to take several months of painful physical therapy. Did in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. That's why 2nd edition is still called Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. Miss Thaco? Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, we How does that take 9 hours, and that takes 9 hours and 30 minutes? Okay. Well, we might actually get plenty of rest. Okay. Yeah, we got plenty of rest. Four hours to our destination, 18 hours to do it, and we have 10 hours until we fall asleep. We're good. They took most of the ugly blueprint and updated the artwork, the fonts, the page layouts, and they're gorgeous. And they made 3. Well, 3.5 is well loved, but it's like 3 was the Wizards of the Coast version of Dungeons and Dragons, where it's like, hey guys, we own the property now. We're just gonna rip everything up and start over with the rules, honestly. 3 was where they got rid of Thaco and stuff, and they made everything much easier to understand. But also 3.5 exists a lot because, well, version 3 has a lot of problems. Like, Munchkins would create characters that have 1 level of Ranger because in version 3 rules, Rangers got, like, all of their special abilities at level 1. So, by the book, one level of Ranger gave you just a shitload of capability. So 3.5, they're like, okay, these powers are stretched out over a long time. Yeah, players abused it. They're Munchkin. You know, Munchkin players, the ones who are less interested in role-playing and more interested in min-maxing. There were so many things in version 3 where min-maxers could abuse it. And 3.5 was kind of a band-aid to fix a lot of those problems. Which is why a lot of people really like 3.5. I mean, Wizards of the Coast was putting it out to the masses. A lot of people, that was their first... Well, a lot of people, 3 was their first. But 3.5 fixed so many other problems with 3 that it's well-loved. And then 4 came along and was like, let's just fuck everything up. And no one likes 4. And, like, nobody. Five was trying to reconcile, get things back into. It's kind of 5 was trying to sort of unify D&D. Like, okay, let's go back to the originals and take the stuff that was good there that we kind of just left in the trash, and let's take the stuff from 3.5 that everyone really likes. Let's use that as kind of the base. And let's actually, like, use some things from 4 that weren't terrible ideas. And that's how you get to version 5. D&D version 5 is kind of like D&D version 3.8. with a little bit of 4 sprinkled in. It's like, it's trying to be still, like, more quick and fun. But it's like, yeah, 4 really fucked up in a lot of ways there, because it's trying to effectively take standard video game rules and apply them to Dungeons & Dragons. There's a reason Dungeons & Dragons was designed the way it was, though. And there's a reason video games are designed the way they are. And when you try and just take a video game and turn it into pen and paper, you run into problems. And boy, did they run into problems in version 4. Maybe take 5 and make Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, the thing is, like, when you take D&D and turn it into a video game, it is a unique flavor of video game. And honestly, there's not... You can't really take all the rules of D&D and make a video game out of it. There's so much you can do in D&D that you just can't in a video game. Or it's not so much that you can't do it in a video game as much as it is you can't do it all. Like, the fact that Dungeons & Dragons is pen and paper, it's imagination and storytelling. It's a game out of... It is a role-playing game. You make whatever the hell story the players want to make, the Dungeon Master feels like making, and what's... Like, there are some rules to try and make sure that things follow a logical set of, okay, here are challenges to overcome, and here are the limits of your abilities. But aside from that, in Dungeons & Dragons just gives you total freedom to do anything. And you really can't do that in a video game. Like, not even with the most advanced AI right now. But it's like, hey, we'll just, we'll do this, that, and this. It's like, oh, no, it's the AI is still way too limited and way too predictable for a proper Dungeons & Dragons experience. So just keep that in mind. You can have a computer the size of a freaking skyscraper, and still, as the new AI Dungeon Master, I haven't tried AI Dungeon Masters, but I have spoken to enough LLMs, and I have seen enough horror stories about DMs that have tried to use AI to streamline their dungeon mastery, and it does not end well. Back in high school, graduated in 86 in school, bought a first-gen Mac. Remember trying to make a video game by coding in by hand when there was free time and the machine was free. It was based around BASIC, but didn't even do if and that, this, yeah. I did some, I remember when I was... when I was like 13, I was really proud of myself because I had been dicking around with BASIC for a while. I had some text-based adventures. I had some text-based games that were just like, here's the description, here are your choices. This way continues, this way kills you, and there we go. And so I kind of like built on that, and then I eventually built a system that actually had stats to track and items to track, and the ability to return to certain places and actually remember things with variables. And so I expanded on that, and then eventually, around when I was 13, I was really proud because I had actually, through QBasic, I had developed a graphical game with a top-down view with a grid-based collision detection system. And you could move, you could shoot. If you shot enemies, they died. If you walked into them, they killed you. Because I didn't really have any kind of enemy AI at all, but... So they were just more statues that would kill you if you touched them, or die if you shot them. And yeah, that was Blast Run. That was the first version of Blast Run. Unfortunately, school had to start, and I never did finish it. I realized a limitation in Quick Basic, that being file size. The amount of data I would need for the level files was going to make, if I had that all in the basic executable, then I would not be able to actually, I would exceed the maximum file size, and I just wouldn't be able to finish it. So, I thought, okay, what I need to do is develop a way for it to keep track of what level you're on, and then fetch the data to build the level from external files. And so I was working on building that system, and then school started, and I never finished. Damn it. Is this choose your own adventure time? Think you ever finished it? Did enjoy a game. used to play with a modem, like war games, where you played Star Trek, but everything was text. Ah, yes. Those were MUDs, multi-user dungeons or multi-user dimensions. I used to play a lot of The Weave, which was based on the Wheel of Time series, which I have still never read, but I always ended up as a channeler. Like, when you, in The Weave, they gave you the option to spend several skill points, and you could guarantee that you are making yourself a channeler. There are these, benefits, and there are these risks and penalties involved, and there you go. But there was one time I was trying to make a character, and I was like, okay, let's see what it's like not being a channeler. But the problem was, in The Weave, it did give you a random chance on character creation that you were going to be a channeler anyway, and it was supposed to be a really small chance, but the one and only time I tried to make a character that wasn't a channeler, guess what? Hello, Jack1999. Hello. Doing okay. We have 16 kilometers to go to drop off this smoked sprat in Helsinki. Characters that form the warp screen that form boxes with warp 6 in the precise center. So, like little ASCII art, where it's all text-based, but technically there's pictures, depending on how you define it. Oh, shoot. Good thing they were turning. We're about to get damaged sprats right here. Fellas, where do you need it? Right there. Right there. Or right there. One of those two. That ain't that bad at all. Right there. Yeah. We got this. Here we go. Oh! I am Trucker. Alright. Hey Helsinki, what kind of jobs you got for me? that all the way to Portugal for 159,000. Expires in 3 hours. 3 tons of potted flowers. Oh, we got fragile goods. Okay. Hello, Deoxys. Hello, hello. Modelo Lime. Okay. I saw some cups at the local, well, not too local, but local enough convenience store that were like these spiced, salted cups, and the instructions were like, "Hey guys, just pour beer in this cup and drink it. It'll taste nice." It's like, okay. Oh, no, I didn't pick one up, but I was looking at it like, you know, maybe. Hello, Jinx. Hello. How you doing? How you been? I don't think I've seen you in a bit. There we go. When did I pick up my new job as trucker? It's just... It's just a very enjoyable, relaxing experience. Just chilling, trucking. They want to build a roundabout peanut in a portion of your main streets off US 77. Oh. Crisis 2 Remastered. Okay. I played Crisis 2, like when it came out. Didn't really play Crisis 1 until Crisis Remastered. There's a lot of stuff in Crisis 2 that I just did not understand. It's kind of like when I see the scenes from Half-Life Alyx, and the characters are all talking to aliens and shit, and I'm just there like... Yeah, I played like the first 3 levels of Half-Life 1. I have no fucking idea what's going on. What is Crisis and Crisis 2's plot atmosphere? Well, Lady Knights, you are a soldier with a super suit. The graphics are amazing. And something government and aliens, I don't know. Yeah, not only was Crysis designed to run on a specific build of PCs that aren't really used anymore, it was technically designed for PCs that would never exist. They kind of assumed that PC progress was going to continue in the same way it had, that you would just have faster and faster CPU cores. And, like, immediately after Crysis, that was not the trajectory that PC Tech went. The hardware decided that actually the core speed will remain about the same, but they'll give you more cores with some extra efficiency boosts here and there, and multi-threading capability, which overall is more compute. It is a much more efficient and much better way of doing things. The problem is, the Crisis was designed for systems like it was its highest end graphics and settings. Oh fuck you! The speed just dropped, and it's back high. What the? You speed trapping motherfucker! Okay. Anyway, so point is, the I think I should have just pulled in on the other side because I don't see the thing saying, hey, get your job here. Yeah, it's not here. I mean, this is a dead end. GPS lied to me. And a ragtag group of secret soldiers are testing out new prototype supersuits during an operation to rescue some hostages. Then aliens show up that want to freeze the world in Sub-Zero because they can't live in our atmosphere, and the game ends on a cliffhanger after the entire US fleet is destroyed by the alien fleets. Also, the evil Koreans were all frozen today! And you and two surviving super soldiers go to defeat the alien threat. Okay. Okay, there we go. 2 hours and 29 minutes left to pick it up, but we're taking it now. Why does it keep telling me? Now it's telling me, like, hey, please go all the way over there. But it's like, guys, it's here. Let me get my stuff from Ica. Okay, now this is something we're gonna have to be careful with, because if we break this, we're not getting any pay for this. And they want us to take it a long way. It's 3 tons of flower vases. It's like they were just looking on a list to try and find fragile goods. Go. Well, we're gonna have plenty of acceleration. Okay, I'll go. Thank you. You stop. All right. 129 hours to drop it off. 63 hours, 43 minutes as an estimated time of delivery. Or estimated time of travel. so fast today. Okay, we got 60% of the tank. Sleeping 5 hours. We good? Howdy, Miss X Beer McNuggets. How's the drive? Drive's going pretty well. We delivered one thing. I didn't check how much money we have now. 265,000. Okay, so we don't have quite enough to... I have to check to see how much do we need for the next... Do we need a truck, or do we need a garage and a truck and a driver? Either way, we got some euros left to earn before we can expand Roundaboutabits a little bit more. Unless all we needed was a truck and driver, and I wanted to get the cheapest thing I could get, then we could probably do it, but... I want Roundaboutabits to be something I can be proud of. I don't want to just fill it up with cheapo used trucks. No, I do hire literally anyone off the street, so I guess there's that. Lady, now you think they got the flowers in the flower vases? No, probably not, because it's only 3 tons. And it's a whole truckload with 3 tons. How many flower vases is 3 tons of flower vases? I figure you stack them right, and you can pack them real well. Crisis Who starts off with the world's attacked by COVID. Not really, but it's oddly funny. And there's a powerful corporation with a private army trying to hide something about the virus and wipe out more of the U.S. fleet. Probably don't have much of a fleet at this point. And Survivor is saved by one of the super soldiers from Crisis 1 who gives you his super suit as he dies to the virus. And now, you, nameless soldier, don't you break check me, son of a bitch. A soldier must find a cure to the virus and defeat the evil corporation who wants to doom evil. Ah, yes. Oh, it's nice being able to just use all of Betsy's might. Well, I guess we're technically doing that the whole time, but I mean, just like, hey, 3 tons of flower vases? They're flying down the road. Tornado warning. Oh, fantastic. Where are we taking these vases? Portugal? I think we're going back to Portugal. I know we gotta go through France, and we'll know it when we get there. Gotta stop every 2 feet for a toll. No idea what happened to the aliens, the characters from the first game, unless you read a mini-series of comics which all amounts to a dude in the CIA wants to kill one of the super soldiers and one of the female NPCs who was helping you in the previous game, and the main player character both die in the comics, and 2 of the other super soldiers just bugger off, and then 1 dies in Crisis 2, so no idea what happens to the last guy unless he appears in Crisis 3. I don't know. Oh boy. We got questions. I got that right, League. That's not bad at all. Yeah, Outback Steakhouse. Man, now I want bloomin' onion again. Damn it. And steak. Oh, you know what? All the stuff going on Twitter recently, between Americans sharing their love of steak with Japan, and I love some steak, and I love some Japan, I went to the store and I was thinking, like, you know what? I'm gonna get those nice looking steaks they got over at Market Basket. I'm gonna cook myself up like 1 or 2. I don't care. We're gonna have some big fucking T-bones. It's gonna be great. Those thickums cuts they got down there. Guess what happened to their meat department last time I was there? I don't fucking know, because it was completely empty. I'm like, what the hell happened? So you kind of take tornadoes like Texans take hurricanes. I myself, I've never really been through a tornado that close. Like, I've been through tornado warnings and such, but I've never actually experienced a tornado. So I'm still, in my mind, the idea of a tornado is kind of horrifying. And I'm like, I don't want that. I would be absolutely shitting my pants, terrified for my life. But it reminds me a bit, the way you're talking about it, of when I first moved to Texas, and then I heard about, like, a tropical storm coming. And coming from Pennsylvania, the news of a tropical storm coming had me, like, bit on edge. I'm like, oh no, what do we do? Like, this is a pretty major thing. And Thick Black Daddy, who was already my friend at the time, told me I shit tropical storms for breakfast. So that made me think that perhaps I was a little bit off base with exactly how scared I personally was of tropical storms. Since then, I've been through several hurricanes, several of them being considered historic, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. I think the first big hurricane I went through was Ike. And then that was followed up with Hurricane Harvey, was the next really major one. There might have been some since then, but I don't really care anymore. Like, I've still been here. If we've been hit by something that was considered historic, let me know, because I don't remember. Florida for 6 months for the Disney College program. Was there experiencing your first hurricane? Well, it was only the tail. You were outside in the rain. It was so powerful, it was crazy coming from the Midwest. I mean, yeah, the first time you see it raining sideways, it's a little disconcerting, but, I mean, you get used to it. Thank you, Story Daniels Hush Money. Thank you, thank you. This is kind of tight for 50. Even only calling 4 times. Slow down just a little bit. There we go. About 30 years ago or so, we were in Akron standing on the front porch. It was really weird. The sky turned a demonic green, and it was like looking at Jell-O pudding. Ah! The sky was a little fucky today. It was just mainly a lot of winds. It's not supposed to rain for another, like, 2 days, but saw a lot of the dark clouds blowing in, and it's like, yeah. Of course, I feel like I look at the sky differently after playing so much Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's funny being in Florida in December with the weather being 65 and seeing the day Floridian bundle up like they had a winter storm, meanwhile you're in shorts. Yeah, I remember last time it snowed in Texas, like it really snowed. It was like the first time it really snowed that since I've been to Texas. Technically, it snowed like 2 other times, but those were like an inch or less. This was the first one that actually was in excess of a foot. And I'm like, okay, we have some snow here. And the family's going out enjoying the snow, Lou's running around enjoying the snow. And I'm outside just in a t-shirt. Because my ass still has that Vermont blood. And it was just very nice to be able to experience snow. And I didn't want anything getting in between me and the snow. Nothing at all. You psycho bastard, stop that. Oh crap, wrong button. God dang it. There we go. Are you going or not? What? Okay. If he would have pulled out right then and had me crash into him, I swear. Ah, Jesus. It's strapped. And on a journey to 100% achievements of all Resident Evil games. There's 2 problems. Can't 100% Resident Evil 5 unless you get a friend to help you with the multiplayer achievements. Resident Evil 6 has these dumb modes where you gotta do a bunch of random shit. Oh, boy. You see, that reminds me of, with Convent Chronicles Revelation, I was able to design Steam achievements for it. And so that was actually interesting, because it was my first, like, I've always experienced achievements as a consumer. I've never actually had to sit down and try and think of achievements for my own products. So that was it was an interesting exercise in trying to figure out, like, what's a good amount of achievements? What's a good cadence that the player will get achievements? what are the expected achievements, what are some fun extra achievements, how do we balance this out and make it an enjoyable experience. So, for that, with a 17-chapter visual novel, which I estimate will be about 10 hours to play, I've ended up with 30 achievements. Even I'm trying to get them all because some are just ones you cannot do or really don't want to because, they struggle and not go to have fun, yeah. Like, the point of a game is to have fun. And that was the other thing with the achievements, is I wanted to make them fun. It's very easy and also kind of expected to just have the "you completed this chapter" achievement. But, like, that's kind of a gimme. Everyone will do that. I don't mind those achievements so much as I do the "you turned on the game" achievement. A hell of a lot of PvP. You don't like PvP, so not going to be completed. Yeah. Like, I want to get all the achievements in Iron Rain just because I really like EDF, and there's not too many people who have all the achievements in Iron Rain because, number one, EDF isn't the most popular series. Number two, Iron Rain for an EDF game is less popular within the EDF fanbase. And number three, there are multiplayer-only achievements. So in order to do that, I would need to actually... Like, there is no multiplayer community at all in Iron Rain. People have literally sat there with open games during sales and never had anyone show up. Need to steal Daddy? I mean, yeah, Thick Black Daddy would help, but a good amount of it is the competitive multiplayer mode. And to that extent, it would be best to actually have a lot of people. So I have mused over the idea of, during a sale, just picking up 10 extra copies of Iron Rain and showing up on my Discord like, hey guys, let's all play some Iron Rain tonight and do the multiplayer. Fuck it. Let's get ourselves these achievements. It'll be awesome. It's like the multiplayer was kind of designed to sort of balance out the single player. It's like you play the single player, you unlock the ability to purchase the various weapons in the game. You play the multiplayer and you earn a lot of the currency used to purchase the weapons in the game. You still earn that currency in the single player. I'm not entirely sure how much of it you earn in the multiplayer. I hope it's a lot more, because you don't earn nearly enough in the single player to comfortably purchase all of the weapons. But yeah, the achievements for Convent Chronicles Revelation, I decided on having the standard, you get this achievement because you have completed the chapter achievements. And then, past that, I decided on, okay, if these specific events have occurred, if you have chosen these specific things leading up to this, then that gets this achievement. Based on the fact that the choices you make do change certain text later on. So, there's like I think my favorite achievement of Convent Chronicles Revelation is one of the first achievements I designed, called "Was That So Hard?", which is to get Sister Lucia to apologize. And the reason I like it is because it's actually a little bit esoteric. The choices you have to make in order to wind up in a scene where Sister Lucia will actually apologize. She's kind of crass. She does tell some people off throughout the story. She's introduced to you by making fun of Angelica. Like, she's presented as an antagonist before she's presented as being still, a friend, and, as much as she can poke and prod at you, she still isn't a bad person. She's just a little rough around the edges. But still, despite the fact that she's introduced to you in an antagonistic way, and immediately regrets it, she doesn't apologize. Not unless you take a very specific path. So I like that because it's actually, I imagine it's not going to be particularly easy to figure out. And of course the name of the achievement is "Was That So Hard?" So I just like that. So yeah, most of the other achievements besides, hey, you completed the chapter, congratulations, are you have done these specific things to have this result. And the description of the achievement gives you a bit of a hint as to exactly what it is you have to do. So you can do all the scenes and unlock all of the CGs and still not have done the right things in the right order to actually get the achievements. And you can get all the achievements without getting all of the CGs unlocked. That's not one of the things that leads to an achievement. You don't have to do literally everything in the story to get all the achievements. You do have to do literally everything in order to get... Well, okay, so because of the way it's built, technically you can get all of the achievements but still not see all of the unique dialogue because certain things are locked behind certain choices that you have made. That's where the achievements kick in, where it's like, these specific ones, okay, will recognize that you managed to get that, or that, or that. So, like the "Was That So Hard" achievement, there is a specific CG that unlocks in that scene. It does not necessarily unlock for the "Was That So Hard" achievement. You can get through that scene, you can get through the entire rest of the game, get all of the CGs unlocked, still not get the achievement "Was That So Hard?" Did you miss the scene that was in? Well, that scene hasn't come up yet in the, Which chapter is it? I'm trying to remember. Ah, yes. It's either chapter 6 or chapter 7. So I was trying to remember exactly what was going on with Angelica at the time and what place in the story that is. Yes, it's in the main game. In the demo, I didn't have any side achievements because number one, it's just barely starting. You don't really have that many side choices you've made so far in order to actually lead to a particularly unique scenario. But also, it was a lot easier for me to set up for people who have a save in the demo, continuing on to the main game. It was a lot easier for me to set up, okay, and then here you get this achievement, and there and there, and ensuring that it was... If it was only having to worry about the chapter completion achievements for the first 3 chapters, it was a lot easier to program than having to have it at the end of every chapter also checked, like, okay, did you also make these choices and this choice and this choice? Because then that would lead to this achievement. Now, it'd still be possible, but it would be a lot harder, and also it's, like I said, situations that were less valid at the time, so... But still have the different choices matter to things that continue on. Like the final choice you have of what to talk to Amata about in the demo. The 2 choices you have are based on 2 different choices you made earlier in the demo. If you made different choices, different options appear then. So, like, there's still stuff like that in the demo. But in order to make sure that the achievements just were easy to implement, and also, in order, the amount I have right now is 30, which is a nice even number. So, I don't want to bombard people with a ton of achievements, especially early on, and early on the chapters are a little shorter, so... What's the death toll so far? Well, when we were coming out of that one toll booth, the whole road just congested up, and this guy frickin' merged into my lane, and I smashed into him on the driver's side with my truck, so probably him. I didn't see him drive away either. I don't know if he despawned. I might have legit killed him. But, yeah. My ass. The hell they think I'm driving? An F1? But it's a psycho bastard! Is the speed limit still 60? Did I review Earth Girls Are Easy? Not yet. The choices you made in the demo are important for the "was that so hard" achievement. The final choice you make happens much later, but the start of choices that lead to the "was that so hard" achievement begins in Chapter 3, so... But it's also one of the things, like, with the branching paths, it's not possible to get all of the CGs in one playthrough. Similarly, several of the achievements do directly conflict each other. You cannot get all of the achievements in one run. Certain achievements require you to make certain choices that prevent you from getting other achievements. So, that's another thing. It's part of the sort of meta game of the achievement hunting. So. I think that it's possible if you know exactly what to do to get all of the achievements in 2 playthroughs. I don't think it has to be 3. I haven't sat down and calculated it yet. Just know that in order to get all the CGs, it takes at least 4 playthroughs. That's making every single choice at least once. But, like I said, for the achievements, the special side ones, it's making the proper combination of choices. So while it is possible to... It's not possible to get every achievement in a single playthrough because certain choices conflict each other. But also, it is technically possible to go through 4 times, make every single choice, get every single CG unlocked, but still not have all of the achievements. Because you didn't make the correct array of choices in exactly the right place. But, like I said, the descriptions of the achievements gives a hint as to exactly what to do. What the frick? Oh, I hate when that happens. This dang... I think it's just the headset, something wrong. Like, for some reason, my Quest likes to... Like, it does this when I'm flying, too. Where it'll just be like, hey, fuck, you're looking over there now. Like, no, I'm not! Oh. Whoa, Jesus, sir! It's explosive and on fire! Get the fuck away from it! I designed the achievements based around how I would like to experience achievements in a game. It's like you get your there you go. You're doing good. Let's keep the good times rolling. Progress achievements. But it's not like that's the only thing, so it gives you a little bit more of an incentive to, hey, maybe I could play again, see about this, like, what's the description here? It's like, oh, do this, do that, do that, do that. Like, well, I didn't get this, I didn't get that, I didn't get that, maybe I got this or that. And, like, it's possible to play through the whole thing and not get any of the side achievements. So... like, the CGs are like, hey, try every path. There's that little carrot on the stick. Whereas the achievements are think about the game and engage with it and try and figure out how to get this achievement. I have a good about me. I'm confused. I don't even remember what my about me is. Polar fish. We can keep this going. Better go faster. Right. This song's reminding me that Pearl Abyss supposedly is actually going to get back to working on Dokkaebi, which they announced like 9 years ago. But it's like, honestly, Black Desert seemed nice and everything, but or Crimson Desert, whatever. Black Desert's the actual MMO. But Dokkaebi was the one I was actually kind of excited for. Oh. Wait, please. Please get the Dokkaebi. Yeah, boy. How long I plan on streaming? Well, Usually I like going until 10. I started a little late today, but also I haven't streamed in a long time. Speeding violation my ass! Oh. Expect me to go 30 there? Fuck you. What time is it? Oh boy. We still got 3,000 kilometers to go. It's almost an hour late on starting. I haven't done... Ah, man. What do I do? I've had like 3 beers. I feel like we just started. And I hate leaving... deliveries undelivered. Oh, we need to sleep soon. Night now. I'm a little concerned because Walmart had Yangling on clearance, and I'm like, why is this on clearance? Are you discontinuing this? You bastards! Yeah. On the plus side, 24 cans for 15 bucks. On the downside, are there going to be any more on the shelf when I go back? It should have taken that exit. Well, time for a little Texas trucking. Left to right, right, okay. Okay, we're good. Oh God! Oh God! What? Okay. Okay. While we're here, we can see about checking the damages. We did technically ding Betsy up a bit back there. Not on this delivery, but, you know, a delivery. €5,000. Ah. Okay, we have 1/3 of a tank of gas left. I'm gonna have to worry about that. Could be, but... Alright, do I have to get my CDL just so I can drive the Yangling truck and make sure that there's plenty of Yangling in Texas? Be like the Johnny Appleseed of beer? Oh, no, 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 no. Alright, back on the road. Whoop. Don't think the Europeans will appreciate an open container. I mean... It's not worth it! Okay, I did my part. I'm a good man. Wait, that could have been interpreted in many ways. Shit, I better turn around. Every beer reviewer, Sea Stealers are 2 and 1 is always at the bottom. Till you drink for the time being? Okay, okay. I mean, I can understand. It's a unique one. I can absolutely understand it being your go-to beer. If you like it, there's nothing else like it. My problem is it's just... Oh boy, does it frickin' kick my ass. $202 toll, what the fuck? First beer was Guinness. Happened at a wedding. Everyone else left the building and like 17 or so went back. Well, this and started trying. Yuck. Oh man, I love Guinness. Though, if I'm gonna have a good amount of beers, I'll go for my Mexican Guinness, Modelo Negra. That's a bit smoother, not quite as heavy kind of thing, while still having that very, very nice, very distinct stout flavor. Not Guinness, Guinness? Well, I don't know what a Guinness is! What the fuck? Hello, Aries. Hello, hello. Guinness beer still being made? Yeah, Guinness beer, total wine, and more. Yes, Guinness beer still made and arranged in production by the Guinness Brewing Company in Rochester, New York, founded in 1878. It is one of the oldest and largest continuously operating breweries in the U.S. They continue to produce their flagship products, including Guinness Cream Ale and Guinness beer, which are widely Guinness. 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 It's like a GIF versus GIF thing. No, sorry. Guinness. Where's my phone? I don't even have my phone on me. Crap. It's going to be going off with an alarm, and I'm not going to be here ignoring it. Low beer, worse than Coors and Bud Light or Miller Lite. Well, in that case, I'm trying to figure out why the taste was so unpleasant to you, because what you're describing sounds like having sex in a canoe. It's fucking near water. Skull man there, just bobbing his head, which is the only part of his body that he has. You go, Skull man. You go. Yeah. I think the crowns have to do with how many comments made. I think it's just like, who's the top fan based on who talks the most. Though, I don't usually get that many comments, so you show up and do a little bit of talking, and boom, there you go. Actually, it would have to be individual comments, so it wouldn't necessarily be... Okay, so I guess it just makes sense that you'd be number one crowning. Like, it doesn't matter if I have, like, 500 viewers and they're all chatting away. It's still... It is based on individual contributions, so you'd still be number one in that scenario, crowning. I do love these enormous bridges, though bridges in reality are considerably larger than this. Van definitely comes close. like, Vanda loves me, and I love Vanda. And it's fine, and you can tell Polta that because it's her mom. Like, we're just family. Yeah, later tonight. That's why Polta's always like, stop, Vanda, you're embarrassing me. I thought that said Fleshberg for a second. It's like, what the fuck? Heading down to Fleshberg. You had an image in your head of a man in a Van Dyke beard sitting or lounging at their keyboard. Tell her to say what to say. Let's on the phone for an hour. Yeah, Karate was trying to be there. You know me. Never knew that about Vander. Cool. Stopping at 10. I don't think so. I just know that my phone is going to go off and I don't have it with me. So that might be a problem. But it's been so long since I streamed. And I started late today, and it's been so long since I streamed, and I started late today, and I've been trying to get the work-life balance right, and I think I'm gonna have to drop streaming to 1 day a week. So, shit. Like, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure. I'm just trying to get things all straightened out. It's like, well, I'm not gonna cut down on time I spend working on reviews. I need to get that done. That's kind of my main occupation. I'm not gonna stop working on Comic Chronicles. It's extremely important, and I'm right at the end. Deciding to cut my time working on that per week in half would be a terrible idea. Unfortunately, in terms of things that can be cut, though shouldn't, streaming is the most superfluous option in my life. Let's enjoy tonight then? Yeah. Streaming is kind of the thing where if I have to cut something out, it's the thing on the chopping block first. It's just kind of how it is. I like streaming, but I have a lot of things going on that I really gotta take care of. Hello, Clara. Hello, hello. Glad you can catch a bit of the stream. Yeah, I'm glad I could stream a bit. It's been a bit since my last stream. Like I said, life. I definitely don't want to stop streaming, but when you're cutting it down to 1 day a week, that is very little. So it's also a thing where it's like I don't want to cut back on it either, but I do have responsibilities in life. I do have things I gotta do, and with summer coming up and spring kicking in, I'm going to have to spend a lot more time working on the lawn. Remember, 25 acres, 14 acres in the front. It's a lot of lawn. again, I'm listening to a song that I've heard on Spotify already, and I'm like, motherfucker, I told you. I'm trying to get the Spotify shuffle to work right. I might just cancel my Spotify and go back to the AI music because I at least then it's the songs I made. Would Friday night streams be the day? Hard to say. Like, probably? But it's... I don't know, it's like... It's like I had things going so well for so long with that nice little schedule I put together. And then the grass started growing again. It's like, God damn it. How's the game going? Did I do the Next Fest already? Oh yeah, I did the Steam Next Fest. Got a bit more visibility during Steam Next Fest, but still only sitting at around 400 wish lists. So I'm thinking like, okay, I really need to go hardcore in on the shameless self-promotion. The most paid ads I could afford is like 500, which is not $500 worth, which is not enough to guarantee that the game would actually appear on the new and trending tab on Steam. So that's a bit of an issue. The best bet I would have would be to just effectively beg YouTubers to like, hey guys, here's a free CD key for Copper Chronicles Revelation. Please talk about it. Say anything. Just let people know it exists. Please. That's the thing. It's just, I can make the game, I can put it up, I can have it done, and I can be happy about it, and I can be proud of what I produced. But I would really like to make sure people know it exists and give it the best chance of, like, actual kind of success out there. And also, if people really don't like it, it'd be handy to know what exactly they didn't like while I work on the second. Like, I'm going to be making a second. My budget going into this one was $0, and I managed to pull it off. Like, it's not quite done yet, but I'm at the home stretch. Whether or not, like, I'm going to finish it in... I'm going to finish putting it together in, like, a month or less. Oh. A wild snow leopard raids my fridge. Costs for the nuns? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Lady Knight. Like, I didn't have to license the use of nuns. And I licensed the engine, but I got it on sale for $17. So... I guess you could technically say that the budget of the game was $17. Oh, Lady Knight, I do all of the generation locally. Okay. just restart the playlist, or what is I know I'm definitely hearing a lot of the same things. Like, I'm on Spotify. I gave you a 40-hour playlist. I shouldn't be hearing the same songs so frequently. It's okay late at night. It's not by... It's by necessity. I got a no budget, and if I had the option, if I had the funds to actually get proper artists, absolutely that would be better, but... Arlington, Texas, nice. Greetings from Vider. I'm the part of Texas that no one wants to be there. Now you got two reasons to hate me. Songs for the deaf. Well, I got the playlist going for my Euro trucking stream, but I'm not sure what's going on with that. So. Didn't know if the AI interface had a price or sub something. Well, you see, the problem is I absolutely needed to be able to avoid censorship in any way, shape, or form just because it's so frustrating. And having full control over things is kind of important. So if I was using something that was actually using a big data center somewhere, that would have been a lot faster, but it would also have been more expensive and it would have caused a lot of... Houston of Corpus Christi. I'm closer to Louisiana, so way out east. I mean, Houston's like 60 miles away. Houston's where Thick Black Daddy lives. I used to live there, but life has a way of being life. I have no idea. It's like a box of chocolates. I don't know what the fuck's going on. How the hell I get this box of chocolates? I don't even like chocolate. That's a lie. Life is like a case of beer. It'll fuck you up. Go, please. I gotta move over. I gotta move it. Go. Okay. Jeez. Cedar Creek or Texarkana? Well, Texarkana is further up north, I think. Probably Cedar Creek. Like, you know, Bridge City, Rose City. Go. Oh, God. Okay, don't go. Can't find my review of Phantasm. I might have to check to see if it's been blocked by YouTube and I have to fight again. aggravating. I've had too many problems trying to get a PO box out here, so I'm like, okay, forget it. Ah, okay. Well, I'm I-10, so like I-10 crosses over my town, so there's that. It's just east of Beaumont. I'm hoping that the next review goes up on time because it's still fighting copyright. That's the thing. Like, life got a little bit crazy for a little bit last week, and I did get my review done on time. It should be enough to get it through YouTube's copyright bullshit before it's scheduled to go up, but it is getting close, and I guess we'll see if YouTube is actually on time with that whole 7 days thing, or if they give a little bit of leeway that they really shouldn't. That'd be some shit if I end up late on an important review that needs to go up the exact day because of the frickin' holiday, but, you know. Oh, fuel. Oh, yeah, that is important. I forgot about it. I was talking about that before, like I'm gonna have to stop for fuel. But, then I didn't. Oh, that's my thing going off. That's a garage. Okay, that's gonna have to do. Also, I gotta get that phone and turn that off real fast. That's been going off for like minutes. Okay. Now, get this back in place. Get this back in place. Get this back in place. I gotta get myself back in place. There we go. Jim Carrey has signed a contract for The Grinch 2, but still in pre-production? Huh. Interesting. Ooh. How the hell you make a Grinch 2? Does his heart shrink? Or does the Grinch have Grinch family? That's probably the way they're going to go about it, like extra Grinches. And now the Grinch has to show the other Grinches the true meaning of Christmas. Hey, it's asphalt. Center. Try and fix that. There we go. There we go. Yeah. I've been working on a project for the last 2 years. A little visual novel. I just had the story, I have no idea how, but I had the story and I had to tell it. And because I am ridiculously broke to the point that this year I haven't even paid my taxes because I literally can't afford to, no, I did not hire any artists, and I've had to rely on AI image generation, sadly. It would be better if I had a real artist, but also I leaned into it extremely heavily to the point where it's actually going to be the visual novel to most images of any ever, clocking it at 3,809 for simply the unique full screen images to tell the story. And then beyond that, 200 something for the CGs. There's just a lot there. But people hear visual novel, they assume dating simulator, and every time I have to explain, no, you do not date the nuns. It's not like that. Good night, Ugenix. Thank you very much for the stop. Bye. Oh god. So as the lady knight was talking about before, asking if, as I've described it as a zero budget project several times, he's asking about the subscription fees for a lot of the AI services, and it's like, that's not what I was using. On local generation, I do not charge myself a subscription fee. Whew. We got gas. Now, Poulter thinks it's kind of hilarious because whenever I encounter AI writing, there's like nothing, there's no limit to the amount of expletives I will use to describe it. She just thinks it's kind of funny because it's so deep in other ways, but when it comes to the writing, I'm there like, that is abhorrent. It is the destruction of the mind. It is... It's one of the worst things ever to happen in the history of man. Oh, and I see it everywhere. That's probably the ADHD. Because I can't... I've been trying to understand how it is that there can be so much AI writing out there. It is so prolific. And yet, the most ardent people who very strongly wave the flag of anti-AI in every way, shape, and form don't seem to notice half the posts that they like and share are AI written, and it just drives me crazy. But one of the alleged ADHD superpowers is the ability to recognize patterns very well. And boy, oh boy, does AI writing have a lot of fucking recognizable patterns to it. a lot of videos you watch recently on YouTube that's intentionally trying to figure out if it's AI, is the YouTuber's voice natural, is it lacking up or down tones? Well, I'm like, an AI voiceover is one thing, where it's like, yeah, there's... I don't like AI voiceovers in general, which is another reason why, even though a lot of visual novels do have full voice acting, and I could have just said, okay, AI voice acting, there we go. The quality of AI voice acting is so bad, I'm like, you know what? It's better to have none. It will be a better product that way. Yeah. Like, you can get away with it for short bits or stuff that's supposed to come out of a robot's mouth. But for saying, for fully voice acting a 10-hour story, no. It's not going to be effective. For that, you need voice actors. Maybe had an article about AI sites and programs and sycophancy. Man, some people don't understand why I hate AI writing so much. And if it was simply that it was bad quality, I feel like that would be enough to say why you shouldn't. And it is terrible quality, unquestionably. Like, it is, AI writing is so shit. The one benefit it offers is that it can be done very quickly. And in over 99% of the applications it's used in, it does not need to be done that quickly. So, what's the benefit? But the second, or third, or fourth, or fifth, I don't know, the strong, big problem, massive, is I look at it similarly to a calculator. Now, when I was going to school, when I was learning math, we weren't allowed to have calculators. I didn't really think too much of it because it just kind of made sense. Some kids were really pissed off about it, like, hey, they exist, we can just get the answer, why do we gotta fucking do this? And I'm just there sitting there thinking, like, because we're supposed to be learning math. Like, what part of entering buttons into a machine is going to teach you math? Weirdly, like right after my schooling days, they did start allowing kids to just use calculators in math class. And so, like, every single person out there younger than me, it is painful watching them have no fucking idea how to do any kind of math. And it's like, just going through day-to-day life, being able to just do math in your head is really convenient. It's like, oh, but I got the calculator in my pocket. It's like, but if you can't just look at something and understand immediately if the math is mathing right, that is a big problem. And so I already see from that an example of you are disincentivized from practicing the skill, and therefore you have an entire generation that just does not have it. So I see AI writing and the way it's used for college students to just get ChatGPT to do their essays and, fuck learning or thinking about anything, as absolutely, like, fast-tracking your way to idiocracy.
Hello, World Wide Web. I'm Dr. Shado, the internet personality of the best hair.
Thank you for the raid, Hunt Exterd. Huntster. Thank you, Hunt. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. May I ask what you were enjoying? What was you playing? And do we have any mods that can do a shout-out? Because I kind of have a thing on my face right now. Oh, God. I should have thought about this. Huntered. Okay. We'll go with Hunt. ETS 2 as well, but on the Truckers and Peace. Okay. I've seen a bit about that on YouTube. Hey, Asphalt! Every time I pass by Asphalt, I gotta point out Asphalt. Yes, I know it's Exit, but it will always be the mystical town of Asphalt in my heart. Yeah. Just cruising around. I'm just doing as I do. Just chilling, doing long hauls, and having some beers. The stream's going pretty okay. Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you. Got a few beers left. Was supposed to end the stream 20 minutes ago. But I started stream an hour late, and I didn't stream at all like last week, so I'm like, hey, you know what? Let's enjoy the ride. Literally. I just have a nice little chats along the way, ranting about things as you do. I was just having a drunken argument with the clouds about how, despite how much AI I use, I absolutely detest AI writing in every conceivable way. Yes, Kron, I know Asphalt is technically an Exit, but it will always be, like, I want a mod that actually makes Asphalt into a city you can visit. I want to deliver 15 pounds of toilet paper to Asphalt. That's what I want. Did I say 15 pounds or 15 tons? I mean, either way, it'll fill up an entire truck. 15 pounds of toilet paper is a lot, honestly. Why not lube to Asphalt? A tire truck full? Make it in Bolivia? I mean, we did deliver those, what was it? Was it 23 tons of coconut oil to Bulgaria that one time? Like, I don't know what the hell they were doing in Bulgaria, but we made their night, I'll tell you. Right now, we've got some flower vases from Helsinki on their way to Portugal. So this is only 3 tons. It's a very light load, which gives us plenty of acceleration to get back up to speed. But it is a fragile load, so if I do a little too much Texas trucking, I might end up losing all the money on the delivery. Well, then I do wonder if we're going to get any convertibles for road trip mode in American Truck Sim. We got the lovely moonroof over here, but I just want a full convertible. I want the roof down, just put a fan in front of me in VR, just... Well, Gary got some freaky shit going on, sound like you? Yeah. Didn't realize Lady Knight was here. Hey? Okay, Lady Knight. Cronny says hey from YouTube. Want to know when that's coming out as well? Just to cruise around? Yeah, I assume that Road Trip is probably going to come sometime after Illinois, because Illinois will complete Route 66, and they're doing their Route 66 rework project, and I can just see for a road trip, like, one of the first early missions of, like, what kind of road trip could you do that would be a thing to really get people excited for this mode and put money down to play this gameplay is get your kicks on Route 66. Boom. It all just kind of comes together right there. And I think Cronny's looking forward to Illinois just because that's his state. Hope things are well. Twitch on the phone. Didn't like you tonight. Yeah. Yeah, it happens sometimes. How's my, Okay, I've got 0 drop frames today, so that's good, because I did pause in the menu for a while. Hopefully I finally fixed that problem. Why is the speed limit here only 60? I feel like it should be 80. So the problem is we still gotta wait for them to release the actual release date for Illinois. And, you know, since I've been working on putting my own thing on Steam, I understand why they wait so long to actually put a release date up, because the Steam review process can be a little annoying. And if you have the date set and, like, the 2 weeks leading up to something coming out, Steam will give you a little bit of an algorithmic boost to visibility. So it's good. It's a good idea to try and capitalize on that a bit. But if you don't know exactly when that date is, you can't set that date, and you can't really know what that date is until you've gotten through the Steam review process. I feel like they announced the stuff way too early, like Nordic Horizon took a year to come out when it was first announced. Yeah, like they announced the stuff because, you know, they are working on it, and it'll be sometime. And I feel like they could give an actual window to be like, hey, okay, guys, it's coming, and it's coming around this month of this year. They could do that, but the problem is, whoa, asshole, stop. Thank you. Well, the problem is, they still got to get the build done and then send it into Steam, and Steam has to actually approve it, and Steam can say no for any number of reasons, and it can be really frustrating. I mean, the demo build of my visual novel took a month for me to convince Steam that it was okay, and the last thing that they were trying to get done was, like, completely wrong, and I had to dig my heels in and tell them, no, it is not a porn game. It's just... Yes, it has mature themes. Yes, there is revealing clothing. No, it is not pornography. Fortunately, that came out in my favor. But still, oi. But when I figured out that that's what they were trying to insinuate, it was like, oh, hold up. I felt kind of annoyed because that was after already 3 weeks of back and forths. And that led me to believe that in those 3 weeks, they have never actually fired up the demo to play it and see what the hell it was. I'm like, come on. And this is coming from someone who, as my primary career, I'm a movie critic. Experiencing entertainment and then being able to accurately judge it is my bread and butter. So seeing them just phone it in that bad at that point was really frustrating for me. But it has given me an appreciation more of, like, why does SCS not reveal their release date until about 2 weeks out from release? Like, well, that lines up exactly with when they can actually be sure that they'll be able to release it. Like, okay, I understand now. I still don't like it, but I understand. I feel like they could still at least give a fucking window, though. Like, my visual novel has a target date set of Q2 2026. So, you know. The way I see it, I should be able to finish the Q2 2026. The internal date is set to June 30th, which is the latest I can set it and still be Q2 2026. Now, I should be able to finish the review build within April. Like, early, mid, maybe late April. And that's supposed to take them a week to review. They might kick it down the road a bit. I've gone through the review process once before, though, so I know exactly the things that they asked for then, and I'm going to try and have absolutely everything ready right away to make it as smooth as possible. But I still don't know until after they give me the thumbs up, like, okay, yes, you can release it at your time. Then I can look at, okay, what do I have left in Q2 2026? Figure out exactly when would be the best point to say, okay, it releases then, and then I can publicly set the date. And then I can work on trying to see about pushing any kind of marketing I can, and just all I can do there, while also working on the day one patch kind of build and finishing up any kind of polishing and anything leading up to the official release. Okay, Runts, prepare to stop for the tolls. Yep, here comes a toll right now. God damn it. God damn it, friends. $2,000? Huh. We got 50 more hours of time until it's due compared to travel time. We're doing good. We're doing good, I think. jeez, man. Hello, Vipers. Hello, hello. Oh, I'm speeding. Late to the party? A bit. Been here for a few minutes. It's cool. It's cool. Your presence is very much appreciated, whether or not it is audible. Welcome, welcome. I'm Dr. Shado, the United Personality of the Best Hair. I do movie reviews on YouTube. I've been making a visual novel for Steam. It's about nuns. In this episode, the author's barely disguised fetish. It's not a dating simulator. It's just... And I like to truck, virtually. And have beer. All at the same time, honestly. Sad I have to explain that each time. I mean, visual novels are at least 99% dating simulators, so... It's kind of like saying I have a horror movie and then having to explain that there's no gore and nobody dies. Like, if that's the situation and it's very important, you kind of expect it at some point. Like, those dating sims ruined it for others. I mean, it's the direction the genre went. It's where people want to spend their money, so it's what people make. No one ever asked for the vampire visual novels. Can you date vampires? No, they eat you. I mean, you see, the problem is vampires in regular novels right now are about dating them, so... Multitasking master? Well, hun. When I work on my YouTube videos, I do it in VR. Like, I'm playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I got Adobe Premiere floating in front of me on a virtual screen, and I'm just working away at my editing while doing autopilot. I think it's the ADHD, because it has really helped me, and I think that's another reason I like the trucking so much. The engine noise, it just calms my brain. It helps me think straight. It's like long times driving, and it's just a nice time to chill and de-stress and chat, and it's great. I love it. And with flight, I have the engine noise from the airplane. I got the autopilot going, so I don't have to think about it too much. And I just had my virtual screens up, and I can get my work done. And it also blocks out all of the distractions of the outside world, which is very important. I went from barely being able to put out a review once every 2 months to being able to put out one a week. And also spend a lot less time per week working on it. I spend like 2 days a week on my reviews instead of as much time as I can desperately try to get myself to be able to concentrate on it. Hunters gacking, vampires eating. I guess there's that. Take it over. There we go. And now we're going to slow down for that turn. Wonderful. hadn't run through all the visual novels yet. Quite surprised to see how many you had. I expect either late night shopping or Humble Bundle. I mean, there are visual novels out there that are not dating simulators, but... And that's not to say Comic Chronicles Revelation doesn't have its share of romance. It's... There's a lot in the story. Hours till we gotta sleep. Speed limit's only 80 here. Okay, we can keep pushing it for a little while. Only dating listing with Doki Doki Literature Club. Well, Doki Doki Literature Club was... That's actually one that's, like, less of a dating simulator, honestly. It's a horror, psychological horror visual novel, but it is based on the foundation of the cliché visual novels. Similar to the little side story inside Comic Chronicles Revelation of Bible Club The Holy Trinity. That's a much more direct parody of the cliché visual novel. Whereas Doki Doki Literature Club takes the meta-knowledge of a visual novel and, like, twists it into the horrifying reality of if these girls were actually sentient, what would be going on in this scenario? And is the one that does not have the romantic option also has the romantic feelings for the protagonist, and all the various ways in which that can turn badly. So it does make me feel good when I check the store page for Comic Chronicles, and it's there like, games similar to this, and it lists Doki Doki Literature Club. I'm like, okay, I'll accept that. I mean, not really, but, like, it's closer than a lot of things, I'll give it that. Oh! No Final Destination, please. No Final Destination. What? Why are you going so slow? Oh. There's a turn right there. I turned too early. I didn't realize seeing all the death in front of me. Whoa! Jesus! Oh. Okay, there we go. He's got his left turn signal on, but fuck him. Okay, 2 hours. Okay, we don't need to stop just yet. We can keep pushing it. 1,700 kilometers to go, going through France, heading to Spain, and then Portugal, and then they can have their vases, and we've kept them in one piece. No accidents, as many attempts have been made. Gotta reload my beer. There we go. Oh. Uh-oh. It's getting everywhere. Okay. There it is. Okay, now we gotta sleep next time we encounter a rest stop. Yeah. Felt good to get all the music done recently. As before I do the writing, of course, I do the music for each scene. And I gotta figure out if I have music that actually fits, or if I have to make more. And I had to make a bit more than I was expecting, or honestly what I wanted to at the end, because I feel like music is one of those things where it helps if it repeats a few times. Like, you don't want a new track every single scene. That's just a lot of confusion, a lot of audio confusion. But there were situations unique enough that kinda required it. Yeah, Suno, of course. And, that's what happens at a climax. Things happen that don't happen anywhere else in the story. Take a nap. So let's get over to the right as far as we can. Gonna be frustrating going through here anyway, so rather than having to cut in front of everyone, let's just do the slower toll, but not have to worry about crashing as we head over to the rest stop. This toll better be based on distance and not time! Okay. Oh. Ah. Okay. I think the final toll for the final tally for exactly how many tracks ended up in the final thing was about 119, which is higher than the over 100 promised on the store page, so that's good. But it's also slightly higher than I was expecting. But after finally getting it finished and getting as much of the... getting all of the typos knocked out as best as I can, then I'm going to have to work on seeing about the localizations and such. I was talking on the Discord earlier about how there seemed to be this kind of dust-up in the indie game community over the demand of translating things to Brazilian Portuguese, which was kind of strange to me because, like, that was one of the only interactions I had from people who don't already know me in regards to the project was that, hey, can you translate this to Brazilian Portuguese? Which, if indies are describing it as being an annoying request, tells me that there's, a growing market there that has demands that should be met. So that has increased my desire to get the Brazilian Portuguese translation done. Jeez, how many of these things are... Dude, stop blowing your shit up. That's what you think, Lady Knight. When I finally put the last image together, that just felt like, my God, I actually fucking did it. Like I said, it's been over 2 years. Over 2 years of that. Technically, I'm not done. There's still touch-ups. There's still some extras to reimagine here and there. Like, a few things got to be fixed here. Some things maybe will have to be completely redone. But at base, this massive fucking undertaking has, at least in one version, been seen to the end. And it's like, Of course, one of the reasons there is so much to polish up and redo is because of the fact that I felt it was so important to reach the end before going back to do that. It's generally a good idea. It's a lot easier to make something when you know where you're going with it. So, if you get caught in a loop of trying to polish up the beginning of something, you might never actually reach the end. So just the fact that I have gotten to the far end of that, it's like, my God, I did it. Feels kind of like when I beat Millennia. Just that absolute feeling of just joy and relief in equal measures. Like, I have tried so hard and succeeded. Still working on a few things and goals, but that deadline will make it to the excite and the worry. The third Tuesday in April. Oof. Yeah. I mean, sometimes deadlines, like, especially with ADHD, deadlines can really help. It can help actually get your focus to kick in. Like, my schedule wasn't nearly as good as it was for getting Comic Chronicles Revelation actually produced until I had Steam Next Fest and deadlines and things to actually worry about getting things prepared for. That really helped me sit down and be like, okay, I can do this, and this, and this, and that. I was really happy with the final sprint on image generation between chapters 16 and 17. I planned everything out for both chapters before I started on that, and I had it scheduled with what I felt like I should be able to do, and it got very difficult at times with parts that were not nearly as cut and dry as I would like, but by the end I reached my goal, I hit my deadline. I fucking did it. So that was another thing where I was like, I said I should be able to get this done by this point. And I had my ups and downs, and I fucking hit the goal. Kind of like the Summer of Freddy vs. Jason. I got things done, and there I went. Actually managed to do that all within the summer. So 1,400 miles to go. I keep thinking that says Poulters. It's not Poulters. She doesn't play this. In Poulters. Hours there, 18 hours to go. If I stretch this as far as it goes, then it'll take one more trip to finish. And I'll end up with like 40 hours extra time. Will they give me bonuses for early? Because, man. God, thank you, Lady Knight. But I'm really proud of the demo. I feel like there's a lot that it's... Like, it does a good job of explaining, hey, what kind of story is this? While giving you enough to be interested, but not giving you so much that you don't have a reason to play. And there was a lot in it that I just... Something like that. But there's a lot in it that I still... Like, Lady Knight, you've played it. You know, on the lead up to Comic Chronicles Revelations demo dropping, how much I did and did not say. And you know there was plenty in that demo that I didn't talk about at all. Like, there's lots of stuff there that I said would be there, but there's plenty of stuff there that I had made no mention of whatsoever. Yeah, I definitely heard this too. Did it just not fucking shuffle, or did it start the thing over again and not continue from where it was supposed to continue from? Because motherfucker. Ugh. I got 40 hours of music here. I want to listen to 40 hours of music. Chapter 4, do you do a bit of spoilers, but not many? Yeah, I mean, clearly Chapter 4 is going to mention a few things. But, like, I felt like Chapter 4 was a great one to showcase just a little taste of things without necessarily just doing this. Like, Chapter 1 would be explaining a lot about the world, explaining a lot about this, explaining a lot about that, setting up some things, but not necessarily exploring them too much. The fact that the things aren't fully explained if you start at Chapter 4 isn't super important in order to get a feel of what is I'm putting together. So I felt like Chapter 4 did a very good job of showcasing, like, okay guys, here's things. We're in this situation, it's serious, these things happen, you have these choices, they lead to these circumstances. Oh. I feel like the one thing Chapter 4 does that is not particularly indicative of the story is that Chapter 4 takes place during a rainstorm, so the color scheme and things tend to be a lot more... It's a lot darker, there's a lot more blues and such, versus most of the events throughout Chapters 1, 2, and 3. But I feel like just the store page and showcasing all the various different images combined with the information of Chapter 4 did a pretty decent job of explaining things. Now, it's my first time. I'm doing my best here. That is an option. I could go for some Texas trucking. I'll definitely get there within one sleep if I do that. But this is some extremely expensive shit I'm calling. Expensive and fragile, and Texas trucking would be a big risk. Gatorade a bit. Ugh. That sip hit my brain a bit hard. What the fuck, Trevor? Trying to do my best of concentrating on finishing Revelation and then working on actually planning out Lamentations from start to finish. There's a lot that I want to see about doing in that, but there's also just so much I could say, so much, but only so much I can fit. So I gotta figure out how much of what I want to do in the story is going to fit within Lamentations, and how much of it is going to have to wait until Exodus. That is a big gap. There's wisdom in between. So I gotta be very mindful of what gets set up in Lamentations and what continues through Exodus versus what needs to wait all the way until Exodus until it even starts. Green gas stations. I just hit a tree. Ah, okay. I was wondering about dropping Chapter 5 on people before everything else, but I settled on just Chapter 4. Like, I was thinking of, like, it was either going to be Chapter 4 and 5 or just 4. And ended up going with just 4. Kind of happy I did, because, well, with the amount of stuff spoiled in 4, 5 would spoil a few more things. still surprised the ending of 3, so not an entire spoiler. Yeah, I was, I just really liked the way that all came together when I designed it. Like, I really wanted something that would make people think, I really want to know what happens. Like, I'm invested enough in this, I have to know what happens next. My Nevada 4? Ah, it's a lady night. I gotta go back and I gotta do a lot of polishing up. There are certain images that I need to fix, and there's a whole lot of pros I gotta dial in. A lot of telling I could change to showing, you know, that kind of stuff. Yes, I said that when I shared that it was a rough draft, but it's still a rough draft. I technically built the demo, or the original version of the demo, like, months prior when I had first put together the first 3 chapters. So that was an even rougher draft of the demo. It has several aspects that didn't make it to the final product. Several things that I went back and polished up and changed and fixed, and all kinds of stuff like that. But I remember I had sent it to Thick Black Daddy because I was like, he was, like, when I first started making the story, he was one of the only people I shared it with. And it was before I had even known I had a story. So I was just working on a story, had no idea what I was doing, and I was like, hey, Think Like Daddy, look at this. And, no joke, he's the one who was like, what the hell are you doing, making a visual novel? And I was like, that's an idea! So I can thank Thick Black Daddy, I guess. Yeah, when I first finished the first 3 chapters, well, not finished, but when I first put together the first 3 chapters originally, I had shared that with Thick Black Daddy. And I was looking for some kind of constructive feedback and, like, any kind of, like, you know, the reading partner thing. Like, hey, writing partner, reading partner, like, hey, you just tell me all the stuff that's going on here, any problems you notice, like, hey, just let me know. This is gonna be great. We got a fantastic little story here, and I'm making it as best I can. So just let me know what you think. And Think Black Daddy sent me back a thumbs up gif and said 7 out of 10. I am gonna have to sleep twice before I deliver it, aren't I? Damn it. It's not right. And the VOD should still be on YouTube. I remember I sent a link to the VOD to Think Black Daddy when I was having difficulty with Steam's review process, where they were insisting that it was porn, and I was like, at the very least, if I have to go on social media and make a stink, I have this very clear and obvious little VOD here showcasing the thing, and anyone can see it. And yeah, we can have this go into the court of public opinion. Okay, next rest stop, we gotta rest. Stop. Oh shit! Fuck. I missed my toy. I think all that beer is starting to impede my driving. Somehow, still safe driving. Ish. Yeah, sure, 80. I feel like 90 should be things, shouldn't it? 90? 90? 80? Are you sure 80? I don't think 80 really, man. I feel like 90. $120, yeah, that sounds good. Oh, shit. Oh! Oh, we're going 142! My God! Why you gotta go so slow? You don't gotta go 30 until you're over. Actually, the speed limit here is 40. What are you doing? Okay. Okay. We have 9 hours and 47 minutes to our destination. If we do a little Texas trucking, we should be able to get there. We got 8 minutes until we are completely exhausted, but who doesn't have 8 minutes? Six minutes? Okay. 5 minutes? Come on. 4 minutes? No. 3 minutes? Ah. Oh, we did it. Okay. Now, if we don't want to be too tired by the time we get there, we should do a little Texas trucking on the way. What the? There we go. Here's my counter. Nothing like a good little Texas trucking to help iron the kinks out. The 142, I think this is about as fast as this thing can go. 143, never mind. $144. Oh, you brake chicken bastard. Oh! Okay. We're good. Okay. Going kind of fast. Okay. We got this. And this is a little Texas trucking. All it takes. little worried they're going to run into a cop car at some point. Oh, hello, officer. You didn't notice? Fuck! 5,000 euro fine! Oh, this is good mind, Jackson. Oh. Oh. Okay. I think that's all the Texas trucking we needed to do. Stay, pick a lane, asshole! Okay, yeah, we got like 2 hours more than we need to get there. Oh. Okay, 437 kilometers to go. Almost did it. Oh yeah. They'll be there like, hey, you're here 33 hours early. And I'll be like, yeah. Or I'll be late. Fuck, goddamn. Okay, this way to Portugal. Finally making it. Oh yeah, baby. Hello, officer. almost crashed. Somehow, through all that, we have not damaged the vases at all, so... Yes. I'm just starting to really feel it. We've been trucking a while. And it's getting late in the game. And driver Arthur, he's a fucking loser and cost me money. $26.93, Jesus Christ, man. That's great. €6. Oh, I got acid reflux and a half. In my head. Oh. Well, this is what it's like, isn't it? Yeah, it's 20 minutes, 255 kilometers. We got this. Helsinki to Portugal will be completed. Yes, Anthony. I mean, depending on your definition. Yes, Anthony. Depending on your definition. What was that beep? Oh, I just had to pay the toll road. They took €16 out of my pocket that I could have used for beer. What have I been sipping on? Yangling. But I have had too much. I have to stop this. But I have 180 kilometers to go. Well, Anthony, looks can be deceiving. This is not one of those times, but keep in mind, it can be. My guy says he's got 4 hours until he's tired. We're good. Just keep driving. Hey. Hello, blasted bastards. Keep the stream going for another 4 hours? I don't think I can. I got 124 kilometers left. We drop off these vases. We get paid. And then they're gonna say fucking leave. Wish list of movies I've reviewed? What? I'm confused. Pretty sure I don't have any movies I reviewed on my wish list. Oh, yeah, we're in Spain or Portugal. Probably Portugal by now, 91 kilometers to our destination. Realized we were nowhere, we were completely blasted past any semblance of tolls slowing down. Well, toll booths slowing down. So, why do you do that? You get like, hey, 80 now, it better slow down. And it's like, oh, by the way, actually, it's 90 again. You just drop it to 80 for half a second, so if there's a cop there, they'll find me. That's the only reason. I don't have all of April lined up, but I have 2 uploaded. I gotta catch up on my schedule. $63 kilometers. Yeah. I can't see below the stream window, lady knights. Is I am Jesus Christ out here? Fuck. Kilometers. We drive. Rest? I rest when we drive. Are those coffee cups still available? I don't know. I remember having better luck with those than I did with the ones sold from YouTube. The ones sold from YouTube, packaging was shit. They just arrived broken, so I took that off my YouTube page. Of course, I ordered it myself to check the quality, and yeah, it arrived broken, so not much for quality. Yield, Armcon, you yield, you yield, you yield! Jesus fucking... He did not yield. Ah, they sell Scania trucks out of here. There we go. 1 kilometer to go. You want it back there somewhere? Okay, yeah, sure, no problem. Probably. I don't know. Okay, so they got a forklift in the way. Great. Wrong way. Always do that. Well, now I gotta pull forward. Why fucking every... Was that right? No, it was right that time. That's still fucking wrong. Fucking goddamn. Fly into the forklifts. Oh, you piece of shit. Oh, come on. Isn't it any way to get this actually to fucking to line up and go in where it's supposed to go? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's just, they're good enough. Oi. That's some bullshit right there. I couldn't. Okay, so we did it with 160 grand. There. And that's all the time I got. We got 670 euros. We have enough to actually expand now, which is good. But thank you, Anthony. Thank you. Ooh. Oh. I'm having serious acid from all of that beer, so I gotta go. But thank you for watching. I have another show. And remember, maybe don't stream 2 hours past time.